Oh, I left my coffee here as well. Hello then, and welcome back to the ISBT live streams. It's finals day. That can only mean one thing: someone will be lifting the trophies at the end of it then. Practice has completed, so I'll run you through who we've got then in this finals day here. It's a men's finals as it stands at the moment. So then, on lanes 3, we have Gary Barlow, Keith Hodge. Then on lane 4, Mark Wills and John Mullen. Lane 5, Steve Carnell, Steve Coates. Lane 6, Ian Buckland, Alan Jenkins. Lane 7, Frank Lindsay, Paul Loberman. Lane 8, Mike Hallowell and Gary Christopher. Lane 9, Lola Ellis and Ken Burton. Lane 10, Andy Gillespie, Robert Bruce. Lane 11, Chris Ellis and Greg Turvey. Lane 12, Pete Sampson and Les Grant. Lane 13, Kim Johnson and Baz Walker. Lane 14, Neil Highgate and Stephen Fortin. Lane 15 is Vincent Winyels and Ake Brockheisen. And lane 16 is Ray Lays and Ralph Hughes. So, you see then, on screen at the moment, Robert Bruce. Lane 10. It's a strike to start. It is today. What's the format now?
Play 4 games. 4 games starting from scratch with 3 players to the right after every game.
Right. Right then. Sound. And then it's just basically what goes through. What is it? Top 14. Right. Cool. Right. Thank you.
Top 4 come in and play with them.
Yeah.
And the 10 women come in at the same time.
Yeah. Cool. Thank you. Alright then, just had confirmation that before games, we're moving 3 pairs after every game. All the players, and then the top 14 will advance from this 32 that we have at the moment. And the 4 players, well, no, it's not 32, it's 28. Then the top 4 that have got the bye for the first round will come into that 14, so it'll make 18. And we'll see the women come into the game as well then. As you see, Lola Ellis leaving the temp in there. As we look at the entertainer, Les striking his first frame. Asking for the look, he gets the look, that Brooklyn strike. Putting the window wipers on with his celebration as he walks back off the lane there. Andy Gillespie then, lane 9. Nice strike from the Scot. Continuing well, 2 on the frame for him, 2 from 2. See Lola Ellis pick up his spare. So things that count in this game. Chat is open, so if you are watching, make sure you're letting us know where you're watching. If you're watching, or comments back to the people. Get the good luck messages. You see there, Robert Bruce looking to try and continue his form. He makes it 2 from 2 there. Those at Robert Bruce. As we see Ken there, he was leading it for the majority of the squads until last night when we saw quite a few scores going. He was up there right in contention for one of them 4 spots was Ken. Obviously the age bonus does help Ken out a little bit, but he did bowl well to be up there. you've got to bowl well. As we see there, Pete leaving that 9 pin. Chris Ellis then in his Team England shirt. Not that single spin spare nicely. Remember, if you're watching, get the word out, get the shares out, get liking the page, get subscribing, it does help us out. It helps the sport out as well, gets as many people as possible watching the streams. They might look at this, they might pick up a bowling ball for the first time and think, wow, what a game. You never know. That's what we do it for here, we do it to help the sport out. But nice little members bounce there on lane 11. Then putting it in that Brooklyn bucket again, doesn't get his nice look onto that 10 pin. As we see Andy Gillespie taking out the 10 pin there for his spare. Right then, we'll watch Greg bowling big. Ooh, missing that single pin. Cut back to heart in that. You know, there's a famous old saying in bowling: striking for the show, sparing is the dough. And that could come back to art. You can see there, left the screen, off shot a little bit, but the 300 man from yesterday, Gary Christopher, bowling on his favourite pair of lanes, I think he'll say now when he comes in here, lanes 7 and 8. Robert Bruce then, he's got 2 from 2. Probably the closest thing you'll see to riding the ditch today. A little bit, so it's a lot more inside than riding the ditch, to be fair. 10 pin left from Robert. Who's that? You're gonna have to wait until we get the mover lanes, but we've got possibly the best pair of pants that you'll see from Mike Halliwell, otherwise known as Frosty.
I thought you'd.
We'll go over then to the lanes 3 through 6. As we watch Steve Coates there leaving the 6-10, heavy on that head pin. Nice spare. Allen on lane 5. Mark Wilson on lane 4. Gets a nice strike there. Continuing his run of strikes, that's 3 on the cards for him. Then Keith Hodge again, heavy on that head pin, completely missing the 2 pin out, obviously left hander, that pocket there missing. If you're new to bowling, you're watching this for the first time, not knowing, understanding the terminology, pocket is the place where the bowlers will be aiming for their strikes. If you're right-handed, it's between that 1 and 3 pin. If you're left-handed, it's between that 1 and 2 pin. What happens is the ball will drive through, take out the 5 pin, then the pins will effectively scatter. As a famous person once said when getting interviewed off Sky Sports many moons ago. Hit the pocket and the pins will scatter. Steve Coates then looking to pick up a spare. Struggling so far is Steve. That's his first spare on the card after 5 frames. A lot of single pin misses. Alan there, heavy on the head pin as you watch. Gary Barlow pick up his spare pin. There we go, right of shot, you can see it. The Ian Poulter of 10 Pin Bowling, as was described to me just a few minutes ago. Mike Callowell with them pants that can only be described as a catastrophe. He's trying to blind people. That's what I'm saying. He's blinding the opposition. See then, Keyforce asking for the ball just to hold a little bit. Gets a baby split of the 2-7. Steve Carnell bowling on lane 6. Leads the 8-10. Very light on that pocket. Got some lucky members bounce to take out the 2 pin, but I'll do well to try and spare this. Tell you what, I'll put my mortgage on him not sparing this. Yep. Buckland then, yeah, his spare on lane 5. There on lane 3, spare. Picking up the 2 for John. Saw it spared on Friday, I think it was. Wallace picking up that 2-8-7. Right then, Steve Coates, can he make it 2 spares in a row? Nope, he chops that one. Struggling is Steve at the moment. Only managing to get 71 on the card after 6. We're gonna need a big effort from here, from his next three and a half games, to get anywhere into that top 14, you would think. John Millen then. Lane 4, Ian Buckland, lane 6. He gets a nice strike. John leaving a big split. Ian going fairly well. Couple of opens to start, but away from that, he's picking up 9 spares and strikes, so he's managed to find his line then at Leon in this game. Oh, getting Lawless coming over to me, telling me what the next thing is. I mean, we've got it on the sheet in front of us anyway. 4 teams. Was what I thought Law was saying to me. But he was actually saying 14 plus the 4 that have already qualified. So, just listen to how he says 14.
14.
Oh, he says it a bit differently now. We can understand that one. When he was saying it before with his Brummie accent.
If it was 4 teams, I'd pick a good team anyway.
Right then. See, Steve Coates has left another big split here. Missing all pins completely. Jump back over to the other camera then. Andy Gillespie there leaving that single pin, but we'll watch Ken Burton bowling on lane 9. Struggling there is Ken. Couldn't get the wheel on his ball to come back in through that pocket. A nice spare then from Andy Gillespie. We got Les. We wait to see with bated breath what he will do at the foul line, because there'll be some sort of funky dance. He gets the spare, does Les. Oh, and that was a bit disappointing. He didn't do nothing coming back. You see Ken picking up his spare as well on lane 9. Robert Bruce then going well. That 9 spare in the 3rd frame, but away from that, he's had strikes. He's currently sat in the 7th frame. Putting his ball down and just restarting. That's what you should be doing. If there's something that's bugging you or something like that, make sure you reset. Robert showing his experience there, the Team Wales bowler. Saying, if you're watching, do let us know in the chat section. Let's start a conversation. Doing commentary on my own, it'd be nice to have a conversation with you, the fans. So do let us know that you are watching. As we saw there, Robert Bruce getting another strike in his 7th, going well. Putting up a big score. The Oaks in this first game. It's definitely going the right way to be getting that. Pete Sampson on lane 12 there. Missing that 3 pin from Lawless. Asking for a bit of luck. Gets that bit of luck. Leaves the 3 pin. It was really heavy on that head pin there. As you see Les there getting a strike as he comes back into the bowler's area, obviously off camera, and you hear the big rah from Les. You see Greg there getting a strike as well. I wish, do you know what, someone needs to set up Les Camp. He's a proper entertainer. Molan going for that 3 pin that he left before. Picks it up nicely. It's never in doubt. The Hammer representative here. I can't believe what Lawler's just said there. Referring back to me as VAR. Any disputes for pinfall? We're doing replays. Let's putting me in the same boat as VAR. At least I'll be spot on with my decisions, and it won't take 5 minutes to do. Depends who it is. I mean, that's how the referees are these days. It depends which camera angle we use, lol. No, the highly trained referees in football that use VAR. So you watch Ken Burton bowling, puts it into that Brooklyn pocket, but leaves the 6 pin. Goes Ken. See Greg picking up that single pin spare. So that means that Greg will have one more shot left in his 10th frame. It's finished for Chris Ellis. 1:47 to start. Struggling there is Chris on that pair. As you see Pete Sampson finishing with a 2:15. Good game from him to start off with. Looking to cement a spot in that top 14. As we said, top 14 then we're joined by the 4 that have automatically qualified from finishing in that top 4 in the qualification rounds. You see there, Greg and Lol bowling at the same time. Lol gets the strike, Greg leaves that 10 pin, so that means Greg will finish with a 2:14. A good game from Greg there as well to start with. Andy Gillespie then. Rolling on lane 10. He gets his strike there. Does Andy. So we watch Les bowling on lane 11. Only manages to take that 2 pin out. That means that Les will finish with a 166. As his missus has got binoculars out to try and see the scores on the screens. Now that's a sight you don't normally see in a bowling alley. Finished in front of me, lane 7 and 8. Mike Frosty Halliwell with a 2:02. With them really spectacular pants. Frank finishes with a 1:83. We're in the penultimate frame here on lanes 9 and 10. Oh no, sorry, they've moved on to the 10th frame now. So you just saw Robert Bruce getting his strike in the penultimate frame of this first game. Finished on 3 and 4. So good game there for Gary Barlow. It was an absolutely fantastic one from him. A 2:38, a 191 there. Then for Mark Wills, you see Keith Hodge getting a 189 and a 2:02 from John Millen. Then on 5 and 6, you got a 160 from Steve Carnell. They've put C's next to the name. They put the surnames instead of the first name, so it's really confusing for me to look. Steve Coates finishes with a 147. He struggled in that game, but managed to find a little bit of form in that 10th frame with 2 strikes. Ian Butland finished with a 148, and Allen finishing with a 168 then. We'll watch the 10th frame here then on lanes 9 and 10. Obviously all players will move 3 lanes to the right after every game. Watch Andy Gillespie then. Bowling at his 7-10. Puts it in the gutter. Doesn't manage to pick up any extra then on his score. That means he will finish with a 180. It's a respectable first game. To be fair, it's only 20 under. It's easily picked up that from that par score of the 200. The one that we all look to. You see Lol Ellis finishing with a 195 then. A fairly decent score from him. And he starts to grow into games, does Lol. as the day progresses. So we're expecting bigger scores from him as we see Robert Bruce then getting another strike on the cards. He's done very well in this first game as Robert. See Ken Burton then leaving that 10-pin on lane 10. Kent set the score to be effectively going into the weekend, but then we saw Mike and Frosty bowling pretty well. In the Saturday sessions, and then obviously come the end of the day is when all the scorings were coming in. But away from that, in the morning session we did see that 300 from Gary Christopher, do not forget. Oh, 2 pairs now. Oh, so they're moving 2 pairs to the right, not 3 pairs. You see Robert Bruce leaving the 3-pin to finish. He finishes with a 243. Ken Burton finished with a 164. So they'll move 2 pairs to the right, not the 3 that it says on the sheet in front of me. Move what you want to move in terms of my stuff if you want. I don't know whose they are. I know the silver bottles walls. Lobbers, sorry.
Yeah, I'll let them collect them.
That silver bottle's yours, isn't it? So we wait to see who we'll have on the lanes covered by the cameras then.
Mark, got a bit of blue?
Is that your perch, is it?
I was gonna, yeah. I was gonna do it, same you.
Right then, lanes 3 and 4. We will have Kim Johnson, Barry Walker, Neil Highgate and Steve Fortin. Then on lanes 5 and 6 you will see Vincent Winyels, Ake Brockheisen, Rayleigh and Ralph Hughes. So we'll stick with this camera at the moment. Neil Highgate then bowling, lane 3, starting off his second game. Leaves the 10-pin, a couple of pins around it, did not want to move though, did that 10-pin. Kim Johnson. This is his centre, do not forget. It's where he bowls regular. Leaving the 10-pin, Neil Highgate picks up his 10-pin spare on lane 3. We'll watch Kim bowl at this 10-pin and then we'll jump over to the other camera and I'll run you through who we've got on them lanes. Right then, Kim bowling at this 10-pin. Bowles turns his back on it. That's when you know it's a good shot. Picks up the spare. Right then, on lanes 9, we have Steve Carnell and Steve Coates. Lane 10, Ian Buckland and Alan Jenkins. Lane 11, Frank Lucy and Paul Lubman. And lane 12, we have Mike Hallowell and Gary Christopher, Mr. 300 from Saturday's first squad. You see Ian Buckland then getting a strike there on lane 10. Going well from the start. That's a 9 spare and a strike from him. Gary Christopher then bowling at the 7 pin. Gets a nice spare, does Gary. You see Steve Coates then getting a strike, bowing to the lane. Alan there going straight through the head pin, leaving the big 4, 4, 6, 7, 10. And leaves it on lane 11 then. All in, leaving the 2 on the left. You see Gary Christopher there getting a strike on lane 12. Frank Livesey rolling at his 2 pins, misses them, arms out wide, points to his head, saying to focus. As Ian Buckland puts it in the ditch. He's trying to ride the ditch for the YouTube channel pretty much there. Steve Carnell looking to try and get free, goes heavy on it, very inside on his line. See there, lane 11. Big split left from Paul Loveman. Steve Carnell going for a spare then, only takes that 1 free pin. If you mouth the words, I do apologise for what was said. But don't need too much to say what he was thinking as he's walking off. As Paul Loveman there. Paul Loveman gets the spare. That nice split from Paul means that he can carry on with a clean game after 2 frames. Steve Coates with a nice strike on lane 11. Steve Coates though struggled in his first game. He needs a big game here to try and pull back at 140 odd I think he had in his first game. See Mike Froster with the pants to dazzle the opponents on lane 11, getting the strike, does Froster. I'm going to have to ask him why people call him Froster and not Mike. There's got to be a story behind that one. If anybody knows that's watching, do let us know in the comments. As we start to get some comments then on the chat section there. You see Dominic Gordon saying good morning to us all. Morning, Dom. Oh, got the multicoloured beach ball of death on me Mac. Things you don't want to see at all. What things you do want to see there is the spares from Ian Buckland. And it's a 5 pin left for Paul Overman. hands up as Paul goes for this 5-pin. Lane 12, as you see Steve Coates get another strike on lane 9, but Paul goes for that 5-pin, gets the 5-pin, was never in doubt. Alan was never in doubt with that strike there. As it left his hand, he knew he was getting a strike. I could see the chats coming in, and then it's decided that it doesn't want to show me the chat section anymore. So this is fun. I'll have to try and get it up on the phone. I will reply to your comments. Do keep them coming in. Your good luck messages to whoever you're watching. He's looking good, yes he is. Just off camera at the moment is Robert, but moving 2 lanes to the right, which means it will be on 3 and 4 afterwards. So looking in good contention is Robert. Right then, Paul, after leaving the 5-pin on his last shot, can he improve on that one? Yes he can. Paul Oldman then getting a nice strike. So, Mike Callowell getting his spare end. Allen makes it a double on the card. Steve Coates then looking to make it 4 from 4. Well, 4 from 5, sorry. Do apologise. He's never getting that to come back from there. He's not happy with himself. You see Gary Christopher though. He'll be happy with that one. Just another strike on the cards for Gary. See Steve Carnell then getting a strike there. Well, is Steve. He gets 93 on the card after 5, and then that strike 2 he added on from the 6th frame. If anybody's watching this that doesn't actually do the sport of bowling, tempo bowling, and wants to get involved, do let us know. You know, you can drop us a message on Riding a Ditch, or you can find out where your local beginners league is, or where your local YBC. If you're a youth member, under 22s for YBCs, so even if you get into the latter stages of your youth, you can get involved still in that one. It's a good way to get involved in bowling. Most centres as well, they'll do have a beginners league, and now the majority of them do have drop-in leagues as well, which you can go. You don't have to commit, but in them you normally tend to get quite a few bowlers helping one another out if they need it, especially if they're new to the sport. You just got to look at the camaraderie here that you're seeing on the cameras. You know, nobody really has a go at one another. They're all cheering one another on, and you can see it. You saw it yesterday when we had the camera up in that middle session. The entertainment that you saw between the players, they was all enjoying it on the lane, and it's one of them when you enjoy something you want to carry on. You see Paul Oldman then getting the 2-pin to fall from behind. Nice strike from Paul. Steve Carnell then bowling on lane 10. Looking to continue a bit of good form that he's had in this game. Unfortunately, it leaves a big split. He's inside on his shot, and as Paul Oldman was saying yesterday, not Paul Oldman, sorry, as Lola Liss was saying yesterday when we had him for that brief second for a chat on commentary, he was saying you miss your mark and it will punish you on this oil pattern. That's what you get at this level of bowling, the international stage. So then, we'll jump back over to the camera, showing 3 through to 6. Looks a little bit lopsided. I think it might have been knocked. Might have to sort that out in a bit, but anyway, we'll stick with it as we watch Rayleigh there going heavy on his head pin. Means that he will leave the 2-4-10, 2-4-7, sorry. Vincent there. Oh no, it wasn't Vincent. I do apologise. It was Baz Walker. Orange tops. Thinking it was a Belgian one. Commentary at its finest, as always. A nice strike on lane 6 from Ake. Kim Johnson, Mr. Stroud himself. Bowling on lane 4, wasn't happy with that one. But then saying that though, when bowled the last ESPT stop, I think every time I looked on his lane, he wasn't happy with his shot and he was getting strikes from it, so you never know how to take his reactions on the lane. If that camera gets knocked again, he's not in the greatest of positions. I think it will have to be moved back to where we did have it originally. Rayleigh then bowling lane 6. Leaves that single. Oh no, he's got a sleeper behind it. 2-8. Kim Johnson picks up the remainder that he had. Watch Vincent Winyals then, a Belgian athlete, getting a strike there. Rayleigh picks up spare nicely there. 2-8, not the easiest ones, easy to chop them. You see Baz Walker leave the free pin, little light on his pocket. Sleeper behind that as well, so it's a 3-9. Steve Thornton on lane 3 picks up his 9 spare. He's had 5 9 spares on the row as Steve Thornton. That's what you call an unlucky bowler, not getting the carry. Obviously putting it in the right spot to be leaving 9. You don't just get them handed to you in this game. Baz Walker picks up his spare nicely there. See, another strike put in on lane 6. Neil Highgate then, lane 4. Leaves a big split. Does Neil at 2-8-10. Hard to spare, but we did see it spared from well on Friday. It was captured here on Riding the Ditch. I'm sure he'll be clipping up that one for his personal archive. Going to the latter stages then of this second game. As we said, top 14 will progress in this one. Then it will go the 4 that automatically qualified from the qualification stages will join that 14, will make it 18. Then after that, it will go to the top 5. No, sorry, I'm looking at the women's bit there. So yeah, the women will join the 14 that qualify from this, plus the top 4 qualifiers from the men. So from the women's, you will have 10 bowlers. From the women's, that'll be the top 6 qualifiers, the 2 early birds and the 2 turbos. And then after that, Sunday, around about 1:45, you will have the final 3 rounds. These 4 athletes will bowl 1 game, with the lowest athlete being eliminated. And it goes down to 3. The same thing happening there, the lowest athlete being eliminated, and then it is the final game. 1 game shootout between them 2 that will be remaining to determine who will be the 2022 men's and women's champions. Keem Johnson then, lane 4. Saw him bowl on here last, he didn't like his shot. He likes that one though. You can tell with Kim when he likes it, he'll stay there in his pose at the foul line. Ralph Hughes bowling on lane 5. He matches Kim with a strike as well. Baz Walker then, the man from the northeast. Leaving that 3-10. He had his shoulder impression yesterday. Did Baz trying to use that force when he got his strike. As we said, we've had some right poses at the foul line in this one. You see Rayleigh then getting a strike on lane 6. Vincent Winyards then, the man that nearly got his 300 on late Friday night. Near 300 from Vincent. Had the first 10 and then a slight hiccup on his 11th shot, and he finished with a 293. Vincent Winyards picks up his singles in spare. Go over to the other cameras. They're coming towards the end of their second game. Then finish for Steve Carnell. He finishes with a 185. Finish for Ian Buckland. He had a 204s going well. Is Ian steady pace around that par scoring as the camera now wants to go off. That's great. Have to go and press the button. Don't know what's going on with the settings on that camera. Go flip back to the other one and I'll go press the button and go back to it. See then, Alan Jenkins making it a double on his 10th. Camera back up and running. Lanes 9 and 10. See Gary Christopher picking up his spare in his penultimate frame. They're going to the 10th frame then on lanes 11 and 12 as we watch. Steve Coates finishing up his game with a 190. Alan Jenkins then last shot of his second game. Scores will be inputted into the computer after this, so give you a running of the scoring that we've got tell you who the top 14 are. You see Mike Halliwell then getting a strike there on lane 12. Frank Livesey doing the same on 11, starting their 10th frames well. Alan Jenkins finished with a 193. We're in the penultimate frames over on lanes 5 and 6 and 3 and 4. So once this frame's finished over here on 11 and 12, we'll jump back over to that camera, catch the 10th frame of theirs. Lives it bowling on lane 11 then. Can he make it 2 from 2 in this 10th frame? Yes he can. Matches his bowling partner ain't Mike Halliwell on lane 12. Mike Halliwell then, Froster. White on the pocket, leaves the 2 pins in the 2-8. I won't be going for the spare on that one though, because it was his last shot, which means he will finish with a 206. As Frank does the same, leaves the 2, which means he will finish with a 179. Gary Christopher in lane 12. Nice strike from Gary. Starting his 10th frame off well. Now through in a league scenario. Hanging on for Paul Oberman. It's been 3 strikes from the other men in their first shot of the 10th frame. Paul will be needing this to avoid going up on the chair, but it's obviously tournament play, so don't have none of that, but he gets the strike anyway. He likes it. Big shouter, yes. Big fist pump from Paul. Carrying bowling on lane 12. Unlucky to lead the 7 pin. Yeah, I'd be doing the same. Gary asking why to them bowling gods above. See then, can Paul getting over in this 10th? Yes, he can. 4 on the bounce as well for Paul. Gary Christopher bowling on lane 12. He finishes his game off nicely with that spare, which means he will finish with a 169. Don't think it's Gary's favourite pair in the house is 11 and 12. Struggled on there in the past as well. In them other qualification rounds, struggled on there again today. Paul Oberman though doesn't struggle with that one, gets another strike. He'll finish with a 234. Good game from Paul then. So we'll jump back over to the cameras through to 6. So you see a good spare there from Vincent Winyounds. He'll finish with a 192.
That was on lane 16 as well. Very good.
He's finished for Neil Highgate. He only got a 150 on lane 4. Unlucky for him. You see Ray Lay then getting a spare on lane 6. Means Ray will finish with a 171. Arcade there, missing the pocket going through the 3-pin, leaving that 1, 2, 10. It's not a split because it's still got the headpin in bowling more. Headpin can go anywhere, it doesn't necessarily mean that it will. But the physics say that it could, hence why it's not a split on the card. Headpin not there, no, it'd be a split. Okay, then bowling at this one. Only to hit the buckling pocket, missing the headpin, only takes the 2-pin out, which means that Ake will finish with a 170. And it's finished for Ralph as well because he can't convert his split that he left, which means he will finish with a 220 then. A good game from Ralph Hughes there. So focus now goes over to lanes 3 and 4. Steve Thornton bowling on 4 there, the single pin that he needs to try and spare. Kim Johnson, 2 on the bounce in the 10th frame. This is Kim's home centre, do not forget. Goes to lanes like the back of his hand. Doesn't seem to know it there very well there though. Leaves the 310, but that means he will finish with a 209. A good game from Kim. Steve Thornton wide on that shot. Means he will finish with a 187. That's Walker then. Getting the lucky bounce out the gutter. Nice strike from Baz. It's a double for him. First one for the 10th frame. Oh, camera does want to do this, doesn't it? When he's on to the last shots. And then it's back up. We didn't miss any of the action. So we watch Baz go bang straight into the head pin, leaving a split. I think it's the big 4. No, it's got an 8-pin there as well. So only the 5 that he got on that one. Big split from Baz. See him taking the free. Every pin counts as always. That's the right thing to do, get that free. So he'll finish with a 159, then struggled in that second game from Baz. So the players will move 2 lanes to the right again. As we said, the scores will be inputted onto the spreadsheet, so we'll try and give you an update of them as soon as we possibly can. And I'll give you who we've got on the lanes then. Right, so on lanes 3 through to 6, we will have Lawless, Ken Burton, Andy Gillespie and Robert Bruce. That makes up 3 and 4. Then on 5 and 6 we'll have Chris Ellis, Greg Turvey, Pete Sampson and Les Grant. Then on lanes 9 through to 12, on lanes 9 and 10 we'll have Vincent Winyowns, Ake Brockheisen, Ray Lay and Ralph Hughes. Then on lane 11 and 12 we'll have Gary Barlow, Keith Hodge, Mark Wills and John Millen. Makes up what we'll have on the cameras then. And then third game started over on lane 13. We watch Neil Highgate left a shot on lane 8. He gets the strike. Obviously, just slightly off camera. We could see the action at the pins. Alright then. Vincent Winyans, then you saw get a strike starting off his third game nicely. Gary Barlow here. He's left the 8-10, goes for the 10 pin, picks up the 10 pin. Very late. Picking up them two. Keith Hodgson looking to start off his third game nicely, as is Ake. Ake does do. Obviously an international event, the international bowlers on show then on lanes 9 and 10. Vincent Winyals from Belgium, Ake Brockhuizen from Germany. Do apologise, he's from the Netherlands, is Ake. So he's the Dutch athlete with the Belgium athlete on lanes 9 and 10. We'll blame Law for his sheets. It gives us, it's easy to blame Law. It's got to be somebody else's fault. Vincent Winyans all in lane 10. Heavy on that head pin, hence it'll leave that 3, 6, 7, 10. So the scores have been put in. We'll get an update of him, we'll get a picture of him, and I'll give you an update on that one. But we'll watch Ray Lay then bowling at his spare on lane 9. He gets it nicely, does Ray. So scores are in then after 2 games. We'll look to see who will be leading it. It looks like the 498 from Pete Sampson is leading it so far. Then a 482 from Gary Barlow. An absolutely fantastic start from him. Then in third place with a 453, there is 2 bowlers. Oh no, there's a 461 there from Paul Loberman. He'll be sat in third place. Anyway, run you through all the scores then as it stands, so you can pick out who you want to look out for. We'll switch over to the camera between 3 and 6 because I've just seen the little icon that says that the battery's running out on the camera behind lanes 9 through to 12. So as that happens, I'll let you watch the action as I'll run you through the scores then as it stands. Frank Livesey, he's sat with a 4.06. Mike Halliwell, a 4.38. Gary Christopher, a 3.75. Paul Oberman with a 4.61. Ken Burton, a 4.03. Andy Gillespie with a 3.86. Robert Bruce with a 4.53. Lowell Ellis with a 4.26. Ian Buckland with a 3.86. Steve Carnell with a 3.77. Steve Coates with a 3.59. Alan Jenkins has a 4.23. Chris Ellis has a 3.56. Les Grant has a 3.69. Pete Sampson, the one that's leading it at the moment, has a 4.98. Greg Turvey has a 4.32. Mark Willis has a 3.87. Gary Barlow has a 4.82. Keith Hodge has a 4.15. John Mullen has a 4.45. Neil Highgate has a 3.22. Kim Johnson has a 4.45. Steve Thornton has a 4.03. Vincent Winyans is sat on a 4.21. Baz Walker a 3.55. Ray Lay has a 3.64. Ralph Hughes has a 4.17, and Ake Broekhuizen from the Netherlands has a 3.76. And so that concludes after 2 games here in this round of 4 through to 32. The finals day here on Riding the Ditch. As we see then, Pete Sampson, man who is leading it at the moment on lane 5. We're coming off the back of a 263 up on lanes 15 and 16. Leaves the 10 pin note there. Miss Ellis only alongside Paul Oberman there pretty much. Paul picks up his spare. Chris leaves the 2-7. The left hander. So Bruce then up in contention in this one, sat around 4th or 5th place, gets a strike there on lanes 4. Pete Sampson picks up the 10 pin nicely. It's going on well, carrying on strong. 2 spares a strike, and then that 9 spare. We see Chris Ellis looking as if to say, how did that hold and not pick up that 2 pin and only pick up the 7 pin. Right then, Ken Burton looking to try and get the 2. 10, 8. That's Les Grant bowls. We wait to see what his reaction will be. Gets a strike, does Les. Seems to be muted celebrations now from Les. He might not have woken up yet, so it's still early on a Sunday morning. Well, it's putting it into the Brooklyn pocket, gets a strike, arms outstretched, as if to say, doesn't matter, it's a strike anyway. Big Turvey then, lane 6. Picks up the swear nicely. 3 that's left, including that sleeper. As Andy Gillespie goes into the Brooklyn pocket, meaning he will leave that 5-8. Chris Ellis there. It's a strike on the cards after leaving that 2-pin when he left it with the 2-7. Ken Burton then getting a strike there. Pete Sampson, can he put pressure on the rest below him? Yes, he can. Carries on with another strike. And then Les and Ken both going for 10 pins. Ken gets his, Les puts his in the gutter. Unfortunate from him. problems with the cameras. As always, at least the one that you were watching was uninterrupted. So we watch Lawless then. The backer jumping and striking on lane 3. Heavy on that headpin from Long. Inside with his shot, which means that he will end up leaving 3, 6, 10. Greg Turvey and Robert Bruce to ball. Robert Bruce then bowling on lane 4. Good first game from Robert. Slipped off a little bit in the second game, but he's looking to bounce well here on his third. Keeping it clean through 6. Doing what needs to do is Robert. Slow bowling then on lane 4. Gets his spare. Pete Sampson then, the man that's leading it after 2. Bowling leaves that single 2-pin. Chris Ellis and Ken Burton both bowling. And so Ken, very close to that ditch there, manages to keep it on. Chris Ellis leaving the 7-pin, struggling a little bit to get the carry is Chris. It's a couple of times that we've viewed him and seen him leave that single pin over on the left hand side. Pete picks up his single one. So we'll watch the spare attempts from Ken and Chris, and then we'll go back over to the camera on the latter lanes. As Chris gets his, Ken gets his spare as well. Never in doubt pretty much as Ake bowls on lane 9, gets a strike. Does Ake going well in this one? Just the 7-2 split in the middle that's really the fault on his game, but away from that, he's picked it up nicely. Ralph Hughes then bowling lane 10. Nice strike from Ralph. Going nicely in this one is he. 9 spare, 9 spare. Strike, 9 spare, and then a turkey to follow after that. So he's going on nicely in this third game. Lane 12, John bowling at his spare, gets the spare nicely, it does. John Millen. Instant Winyata, Belgian athlete, bowling, gets a nice strike, does Vincent. Melee off the back of his open 6-2 that he had. Puts it in the right area, just leaves the 7-pin, does Ray. Mark Wills then, lane 11. Lose a single pin as well. A lot of people struggling with a bit of carry. Ake, though, didn't on his last shot. And he bowls. On goes Gary Barlow. And you know what? That was great from both bowlers there, especially from Ake, to see them 2 pins just collapse on one another effectively at the end. Was a sight to behold. Yeah, mate. Les?
Don't set those 6 pins up on the other lane. Just get rid of them. It's a mess.
Okay, so do I need to do a score change or anything?
Yeah, take the score off.
Who is it?
5 and 6. First one on 5. Take the strike out.
What's the name? Give me a name and I can remove the floor and reset the lane.
Chris.
Chris.
Yeah.
So remove the strike and reset lane 6.
Yeah. And lane 6 is a full rack of in.
John Mullen then.
So, just to be doubly sure, Chris doesn't have the strike, yeah?
Yeah, they basically bowled on the wrong lane.
And Peter, do you need
doesn't
the
matter.
6
Yes.
as well? Fabulous.
It's these seniors, they can't realise what. Struggling on lanes 5 and 6. Bowling on the wrong lanes again.
Yeah, eliminate
Beat
my line
Samson.
and re-rack it.
Looking to carry on with his striking form, I suppose. Going well at the top of the table. But bowled on the wrong lane. So did Chris Ellis. I mean, it's a strike that had to be effectively removed from Pete's score. He bowled under Chris's name.
So did Chris need that strike? Was Chris okay?
Move it up to Chris to bowl that way. Stop getting anything to shit.
Leave that empty.
So when Jan's there, getting a strike on lane 9. Very late. Going for the 7 pin, gets the 7 pins well. You see Gary Barlow there, sparing his split nicely. He's the man from Yorkshire. Ake puts it into the pocket, leaves the 10 pin though. Couldn't make it 4 on the bounce, could Ake? Nice bounce there from John on lane 12. As Ralph puts it heavy on the head pin. And he'll leave the 3 on the right hand side. Keith Hodge then, the left hander. And then trying to walk it in. Leaves the 3 pin. Ake missing his 10 pin. Unfortunate for him, in his 9th frame means he'll be on 182 going into the 10th. Bowled well, but there's a couple of opens killing him off. Steve Hodge then gets a spare on lane 11. Who? Mark Wills then. Getting a strike to start his 10th frame. Vincent Winyards to start his 10th. Strike in his 9th. Leaves the 10th pin. Unlucky there from Vincent. Rayleigh. Ball and then on lane 9. Nice spare from him. Mark Wills leaves the 7-10 in his 10th frame. St Munyans rolling out a temping, gets a temping to it. Squeaky bum time there for him, but he managed to get it anyway. It's Gary Barlow, gets a nice strike over there to finish his game on lane 12. And he'll finish with a 2:16. Vincent then, can he finish off strong? 174 as it stands at the moment. Last shot for him, gets a strike well. That means he'll finish with a 184 from Vincent. And in. And come have an interview. Come on. Do you want a quick one, Kim?
Do I want a quick one?
Cricket. Oh. Go on then, Kim. How are you getting on, mate?
Yeah, it's all right. Not too bad. Fairly steady. Yeah, 600 and some odd. Yeah, all right.
How's the lanes treating you? Are you reading the old pattern well and stuff?
Yeah, the lanes are much different from Wednesday and Thursday. You're getting it to hook. I couldn't play the edge those 2 days, but I can play the edge now. So it's just a case of getting the 10 pins out and 7 pins. That's the biggest problem.
That's a nice little brief interval thing from Kim there. Nice little interview as he has stoppage in his game. After 3 games, then they'll be moving lanes again after this one. Hence the reason why I can get a brief interview with players. As we see Arcade then finishing off well, 202 from him. Ralph Hughes had a 225. Nice game from him. Still bowling over. Oh, it's just finished on lane 5 and 6, so it's about to transition over. 166 from Pete might mean that the door might be open for a couple of them bowlers that were knocking around his scores. And then as we change over for the third and final time, thank you, we will have on our lanes then. Battery will need changing on the camera to the left of me, so I'll read you through who we've got on our lanes then, and then we'll tell you. And then I'll go and change the battery. So then, on lanes 3, we will have Steve Carnell, Steve Coates. Lanes 4, we'll have Ian Buckland and Alan Jenkins. Lane 5, we'll have Frank Livesey, Paul Ullman, and lane 6, Mike Halliwell and Gary Christopher then. The man that had a 300 yesterday, first session, if you want to go back and watch it. Then on lanes 11 and 12, then you can see Neil Highgate about to start his 4th game. Steve's 4 pin. Anyway, on lane 9 and 10 then, we've got Chris Ellis, Greg Turvet, Pete Sampson and Les Grant. And on lane 11 we've got Kim Johnson, you've just heard from him, how he's getting on in this game, how the lanes are treating him. Baz Walker, Neil Highgate and Stephen Thornton then. I'll go over to change battery in the other camera and I'll come back for a bit more commentary in this 4th and final game then. Kim Johnson there on lane 12. You can see after what he said why, saying that the lanes are treating him nicely after a strike like that from him. Steve Thornton there, leaving a 5 pin. That can only mean one thing. Slow claps out the ready at home, obviously. Got to have respect for the bowlers here, so you can't really do it here. I'm sure you lot at home can't get the slow claps going. Oh, as he releases it and everything, you know what to do. See Les Grant there, nice strike from him. Right then, can Steve convert his 5 pin? Yeah, Steve never in doubt there from him. Right then, scores have been entered, so we'll go see how we're getting on from the scores around the grounds. I'll leave you an update on who is leading going into this 4th and final game. Right then, at the top of the standings then, scores that have just been entered. It is an absolutely fantastic performance from Gary Barlow. He's sat with a 7.15 then at the top of the rankings. In second place is Alan Jenkins with a 6.89, and then in third place is Mike Hallowell with a 6.85 then. Fourth place is Robert Bruce with a 6.80. Fifth is Pete Sampson with a 6.79. Kim Johnson in 6th with a 6.73. Ralph Hughes with a 6.55. Then after that, then it's Lowell Ellis in 8th with a 6.84. Ninth place is Paul Loberman with a 6.37, and in 10th place is Greg Turvet with a 6.33. In 11th is Mark Wills with a 6.14. 12th is Vincent Wignauns from Belgium with a 6.13. 13th is John Mullen with a 6:09, and in 14th is Keith Hodge with a 6:03. That completes your top 14 that'll go through. So 6:03 the benchmark then at the moment for the top 14. And as I was reading that, a 5-pin was missed there from Les. You know what that means, don't you, Long? 5-pin getting missed. Everybody's hands up in the air. That means a bite, that.
That's game, pressure game.
I was saying before on other live streams, if you haven't listened to them, Thursday nights at Altrincham, the league, that are bowling. If we get slow claps, the whole centre pretty much stops if anybody leaves a 5-pin. It's like being in that 10th frame of a third game. The pressure is more hyped up for that 5-pin than what it is for anything else. You'd rather be on, well, obviously you'd rather be on for the 300, but I mean in terms of pressure, you'd rather have that pressure than have the pressure of the 5-pin in that league, because the pressure for the 5-pin is a nightmare. As we see there on camera, Neil Highgate nearly bowling on the wrong lane again. It seems to be a factor at the moment with these seniors. I don't know what's going on. I don't know if they're still in bed in their heads or what, but we've already seen one where they've bowled on the wrong lane. Potentially, he's nearly going to have another then, but Steve Thornton stopped Neil Highgate from doing it. You see Greg there on lane 10, leaving 4 to the left. Like that to leave that 4. Pete Sampson missed a single pin. Just leading after 2 was Pete. Currently sat about 5th in the rankings. See Kim sat just below him in 6th. 6:10 left there. Go over then to the camera that we got 3 through 6. So we watch Steve Carnell on 4, and then Frosty with his dazzling pants that he's got on lane 6. Carnell gets the strike. Frosty leaves that 4-pin. If you're watching, let us know how you'd describe Mike Hallowell's pants then on lane 6. There's a few choice words that you could use, but let us know how you describe them, what you think of them. I think it's class how people can put a little bit of entertainment into what they wear. As we said before, it got described to the left of me before from Colin Gross, saying that it is the Ian Poulter of the bowling world with pants like that. See Paul Overman then bowling. Right, his single pin picks that up nicely. Does Paul ticking along nice. See Alan Jenkins picking up a strike, double for him. Steve Coates picking up that 2 on the left hand side then from his big split. Gary Christopher missed a 300 from yesterday's morning session, leaves the 10-pin. Frosty then with them pants that we were talking about, bowling on lane 5. Arms outstretched to the left, asking for the ball to swing into that pocket. Leaves the 10-pin. You see Ian Buckland leaving the 2 on the left on lane 4. Gary Christopher lane 6. Only at the 10 pin, turns his back on it, not happy with it. I tell you, man, he'll be happy with a shot. Steve Coates there on lane 3, getting a strike. Frosty picks up his single 10 pin. Ian Buckland picking up his spare on his left hand side. Right then, we'll watch Alan Jenkins bowl this shot and we'll jump back over to the camera on the far end of the centre. You see Alan Jenkins nearly leave a 7-10 7 pin lead, falls in the end and he turns around to celebrate the fact that that fell over. We'll go over to the other camera and Steve Thornton bowling lane 11, thought that was better than what it was, leaves the 10 pin. Les Grant and Neil Highgate bowling 9 and 12 respectively. Neil gets the strike, Les doesn't. Greg going for his spare, picks it up nicely, does Greg. You're watching Riding the Ditches coverage of the International Senior Bowling Tour. If you haven't already, do like, do share it, get it out across all social medias, get as many people as we possibly can watching the sport of bowling. If you're watching this for the first time, do let us know in the comments. If you want to get involved with bowling, do let us know. There's loads of leagues about you, there's loads of youth bowling clubs as well if you're watching it and you're a younger member. If you want to know where the closest one is, do let us know. We'll get in touch. Go on the BTBA website as well. Should have it on there, especially for the YBCs. See Pin Sampson put it in the Brooklyn pocket. Doesn't matter. It's still a strike. Chris Ellison, nice little jig at the foul line, gets the strike anyway. One along nicely is Chris, 4 on the bounce for him through 6 frames. Kim Johnson then bowling on lane 11. It's a nice little bounce for the fact that for the 9 pin to stay up.
You put the shot 4 in, that's how it's up and beyond.
Steve Thornton wash out through that 3 pin.
I want to see whether it shorts it. 14. If I made it. So we might short that ourselves.
Heavy on that head pin.
Yeah, that's fine, yeah.
Kim Johnson, single pin 9. Les Grant to bowl after him on lane 10. He's got a single pin to go for as well. Kim gets that single pin nicely, turns his back on it. Knows it was a good shot for that single pin. Les Grant then bowling at the 10 pin. Walks it over, gets it. Smile, the chuckle. Steve Thornton goes to try and pick up that spare. Only picks up the 2. Baz Walker then. Man from the northeast. Gonna get the wheel on the ball. Means that he'll hit the 2 pin and go through it. Leaving that 1-3-6. Chris Ellison, another left-hander. Nice strike from Chris. Go back over to cameras on 3-3-6 once Baz has bowled at this spare. Picks it up nicely, it goes Baz. Pete Sampson there leaves 10 pin on the right hand side, so I'll go over to the other cameras and see Mike Halliwell in action. Frosty with his dazzling Scottish style pants, blue and blue and white checkered pattern. Leaves the split there though. A couple poor attempts really. Frankie going light, Alan Jenkins going heavy. Means that they'll leave their 3 pins respectively, one on the left and one on the right. Why didn't you look like camera? Gary Christopher there, bowling lane 5. Waves it away. Still waiting to see how he did. Nice strike all through. Ian Buckland then bowling on lane 3. Looking for the messenger on that 10 pin, doesn't get it though. All over balls, lane 6, leans back, gets the strike, waves it away as well himself. Wasn't exactly happy with that one. But it's a strike at the end of the day, Paul. Right then, Steve Coates and Mike Callowell, the 2 men from Lancashire, bowling here. Steve Coates gets a strike, hands outstretched. Mike Callowell leaving a split, going light on that pocket as Alan Jenkins gets a strike on lane 3. Frank Livesey doing a little jig as that ball hits the pins. Steve Carnell then with another strike on lane 3. Starting off his 10th frame nice. Ian Buckland then bowling heavy on the head pin. Getting away with it though means that he'll leave that 6-10 to start off his 10th. 4th and final game of round 1 in finals day then. Obviously top 14 will advance, be joined by the other 4 that qualified earlier on, and then from that it will go to the top 4 from them games. We'll all play 1 game. Then 1 bowler will drop out, which means it'll be the top 3. They'll all play 1 game. Then another bowler will drop out, which means it will be the final to see who will lift the trophy and be crowned the International Senior Bowling Tour champion. Obviously be a men's and a women's one respectively. We're looking for Premier League style celebrations at the end of the day, and if we don't get it, we're going to be disappointed. I mean, without the spray of the champagne, because I mean, if we sprayed champagne on the lines, then don't think the league bowlers will be happy with us. Gary Christopher missing that spare there in his 8th frame. Gonna need something spectacular, something off the sheet from Gary to recover this one, as Mike Callowell sets up his 10th frame nicely, but it's finished on lanes 3 and 4 for Steve Carnelli. Finishes with 194. It's finished for Ian Buckley. He finishes with a 190 then. Goes back over to the other camera once his 10th frame has finished on 3 and 4. You see Alan Jenkins make it 2 from 2 in his 10th. That's 5 on the bounce for him. No, it's not. I do apologise. It's his first one in his 10th. It is 2 on the bounce for him. It's Steve Coates that has 3 on the bounce. He got the first one in his 10th. He's bowling on lane 4. It's a 2 from 2 in the 10th, 5 on the bounce, 4 on the bounce then. Can he make it 5 on the bounce on his next shot? But it's Alan Jenkins now to roll. Can he get a turkey on the cards? Yes, he can. Striking the 9th, 2 in the 10th, so finishing off his 4th game nicely, trying to put himself in contention for the top 4. Top 14. Frank lives it in. Boland gets a nice strike. Does Frank on lane 5. Alan Jenkins heavy on the headpin, leaves the 3 pin. It does Alan, but he'll finish then with a 220. And Steve Coates finished with a 204. Then that completes their 4 games in this first finals day round. As Frank leaves it, he gets the spare then. So we'll go over to the other camera then. Watch the 10th frames in action. Finish for Pete Sampson. He's got a 173. Slipping off the wheel a little bit in his final 2 games. Should easily make the top 14, you would think, with the way that he started off. Chris Ellis rolling on lane 9 there, starting his 10th frame off with a baby split. Kim Johnson then starting his 10th frame off, gets a strike nicely, does Kim. Keeping it clean so far is Kim, and that's what we say. The sparing it will get you places in this game. The strikes are nice, but it's the spares that make the score up. Chris Ellis then gets a spare on lane 9, starting his 10th frame off nicely. Means he will have another shot in this 10th. Les Grant gets a strike, nice there. Kim Johnson then. He like that one. As Neil Highgate rolling, leaves the super. Neil coming off the back of 3 and 4 in a row. There, 9 spare and a 9 to finish. Means he will finish with a 202. Good game to finish from Neil. Les Grant pulling his shot a little bit, leaving that 3 pin. Obviously started his 10th frame off with a strike anyway, so chance to spare this. Kim Johnson then leaving the 10 pin. That'll complete his 4th and final game in this first round. Finals day. Finished with a 208. He's been steady, he's been over in all his games. And that's all you can ask for, really. Staying around that par score of 200 on all his games. We'll surely see him in that top 14, you would think. He was 6 going into this 4th and final game. As you see, Les Grant just missing the sleeper. But it means he will finish with a 178 then. Greg then going for this 7-10. Just gets the 10 pin. He'll finish his fourth and final game with a 141. Struggled in that last game, did Greg. Well then, we wait on Steve Thornton and Baz Walker then in their 10th frame. Steve Thornton got the single pin on the left hand side to spare up. Baz started off his 10th frame with a strike. Steve misses his single pin, which means he will finish with a 166 in his fourth game. Like I said, finishing off strong in this game so far. Gets a nice strike again, does Baz. That means he will be sat on 215 as it stands at the moment in this fourth and final game. Putting a final push in to see if he can get in the top 14 is Barry. Qualified through as one of the higher scratch bowlers did Baz Walker, as he leaves the 6 pin there, Baz on his final shot, which means he'll get a 224 there to finish with. So that's it for the lanes that are covered from the live streams. Still bowling on 7 and 8. They've got their 10th frame to go. Just finishing up on lanes 13 through to 16 then. It's finished on the lanes that we've got covered through cameras here at Stroud Bowl in the International Senior Bowling Tour. Get you the top 14 classified results then over on our Facebook page. If you go over to Facebook and type in Rad in the Ditch, you will be able to find us. You'll be able to see who makes that top 14. That's where your update there. As the players just finishing up then, I'll finish this live stream and you'll be back shortly for round 2, which will see the women join as well. So it'll be 18 men, 10 women, and then from that the top 4 will advance through to the finals of the final, which we'll see 4 from the men's division, 4 from the women's division, but all bowl one game, which will then see one player drop to 3 players of each men's and women, and they will all bowl one game then, and then it will see another player drop out for the finals then, which will be a 1 game shootout for the titles. Got little trophies here. I'll give you a little shot of them later on the cameras. It will be for what I'll be playing for come the final later on. Well, as I finish up here, I will finish this live stream and I'll bring you the next one. So we'll be back very shortly.
I have got a red bag and I was like, and I know I've got red bags to get on. And I went like that and I thought, I went down to check him and
Yeah, just stop. That's awkward, aren't they?
alright, Paul, to be fair. A few people struggled.
I don't even know what's the cut.
12 from that one.
I was just checking out the quality away.
Yeah. Three, four. Yeah.
What do you make?
Ray Lane, Ralph Hughes. I'm sick of this guy.
Just got your card there.
I'm Robert Bruce.
I'm going to be 14 to 15. Yeah, I won 71, 60. 800.
Yeah, I love it.
It might be enough.
Do you know what?
Government.
Can I do something with this spreadsheet? When you print it off, can I do something with this spreadsheet? You know your chart? Top four events, I put a red line up and place it out. I don't play, so... You won't mess up any of your algorithms either.
But yeah, it's getting. When do they do it?
So that's
Everything look like this.
Yeah. With this like mentality. It is, yeah. In fact, no, it gets into the league. You don't think about it, just go and just do it. You know, whatever you score in this. No. Peter, go for well.
On the highlight last day, red, the whole thing.
The red line's there now. And you can make it thicker, you know. If you really want to make it stand out even more. We're making it thicker, or are you thick enough?
You wouldn't think this is my console, would you?
Yeah. Yeah, he's only got one. Oh, what? I mean, yeah, it's just like this. But yeah, that's double check it.
Concludes the final set score. The cut to the next round is the top 14 from that block, and then Paul Overman on 600 even. Anybody over 800 is getting through to the next round.
You had 803, Mark. You got to go get
We want to stick it off them.
Put it on the wall.
Have you done the lanes yet? What's that? Done the lanes now. All right.
Yeah, you were on 11. And you're moving every game 2 pairs. Yeah. Yeah, I was
Gary Barlow at the top of the charts.
Obviously, it all starts again, then, doesn't it?
former champion Gary Barlow.
Yeah, but,
First champion Gary Barlow.
yeah, but let's be honest, right? That needs to be said on commentary, doesn't it? Gary Barlow tops the charts again. Oh, was it on the board, you mean?
Yeah.
No, I don't know. Lod's got it in his hand. It was here.
Oh.
That's for Linda. She's doing the scores at the moment.
Did you,
I don't like disturbing her.
so do we know what lanes are at the trophies?
I don't. You don't. Does the ladies might. So if I go back over there.
On the,
Yeah, get for it. Mark, honestly, I thought I could know. I can't believe it's that low. I took my shoes off. I was very Yeah, well, yeah, they've done that already. That's about 50 times better than it was.
but look at the women's one compared to the men's one as well. The baseline.
Yeah, it's the base been changed. It always was like that.
Yeah, I don't know.
That one's quite nice.
Do you know the lanes?
I don't, but I think the ladies at the front do.
I like that timed up quite well, actually. Yesterday it was really loose.
Do they actually go to the people? As in, do they keep
No, third place. Get it instead.
do they stay here?
Yeah, stay here. Pick up your head in.
Oh, have we got a lane draw?
Your ladies got it.
Can't let them take them all. To be fair, they've never come
never
back.
come back.
Yeah. Saying that though, there used to be a massive trophy for
15 or 16.
they used to have some really good trophy. It was like
English Open.
it was like
English Open.
oh, is it?
Twice that's all. English Open.
But they used to like to say that one.
No, you don't get that. Cash.
Ah, so it must have been the Nationals. It was like freaking like best bowler or something stupid like that. They give it like a young one that just started out or something like that. They must have tried them hard. Like obviously not going to win anything. Like best trial or something like that. Big massive trophy that they just passed on to him.
That's all right. A minute, I'm fine, thank you. Yeah, will do. Thanks.
Excuse me. Let me just put it on the wall and I'll...
Oh, is that the length?
yeah.
Oh, that's all right. All one of them up. Four again.
Look at the draw, you should have come higher or lower. If you'd have come lower, you'd been on 3. So we...
That's what I have to keep trying to tell people. Look, you don't have to.
was asking about you yesterday. When she's playing the other day. I said,
You darling.
There's no football, so you get them screwed at the corner. Right, do you know what drink them?
What's like the last game in November? Yeah.
Yeah. I don't mind it. I don't mind it. At least you lot have a bit of character to you. Instead of, yeah, I know. Both some of the adult events, you can be stood there on a lane not even having a chat with anyone. People take it too serious. Yeah. That's what I mean. No. Yeah. Well, there was, ironically yesterday, I had 2 cameras up and there was bowling pretty well over here. But I thought I'm staying with this because there was 8 on the camera, so there were 2 pairs. And everybody was having a bit of fun when they was having strikes and stuff like that. I thought, it's entertainment value, you've got to stick with it. So, yeah. I don't know. No, that's it, innit? Well, let's be honest, majority of people speak English these days anyway, so. Yeah. Fair enough. Fair enough. I'd have just been going around saying ciao to everybody. Say hello and goodbye, innit? Well, there you go then. Yeah. That's what you need, really, innit? You're just one person that can translate both ways. all that. Especially the fact that you can speak into it these days as well. Well, when I used to work retail, I used to have it all the time. Chinese would come over for the cheap gear because they could get the tax back on them. And they'd come over and they'd speak into the phone, and then it'd be speaking back to me, and then I'd have to do the same back to them.
Louise.
Oh, Res Dev Masters will probably be the next one. The Res Dev Masters. Oh. It's not that bad for me, being from Manchester, so. Whereabouts? Yeah, I know. I'm quite lucky, to be fair, because well, Shipley was probably the closest one, which is 45-minute drive away.
I'm going to leave you. I'll say hello afterwards.
Yeah. Don't mind it, but there's a couple of speed bumps in there now. The high friction. So. Yeah, the high. I don't know, I didn't bowl it. I don't like Chesterfield, me, because of lane 1. Lane 1, as soon as it hits the gutter, the lane drops off, and I tore my crew shirt when I was a child, so I need me sliding leg for like balance, and if it falls off the side, then all my weight goes on my front knee and it balloons up, so I can bear the ball, and that's what happened in the last DSBT. Yeah, last one.
Excuse me, sorry. If you want to take a photo of the lanes rule on there, that will give you what shoes on wear, men and ladies.
Where is it? Up there?
It's on the window.
It's not anymore.
It's been nicked.
Just take it.
Oh, that's not the lane draw, that.
So we'll be down. Same cost or even more. I've only got 28 on here. 4.
Okay, well, there's one in the next try to make your way into your starting lane. Practice will be going on in about 5 minutes.
No swearing or biting, please. Kicking is allowed.
Kicking is allowed.
Kicking is allowed, but no biting.
fired up, ready, pumped. Well, wait.
One of those words will probably come into it somewhere. I've got to get over the shock of actually being at this point.
Every step is a bit more punch.
Yes. There's more practice for next week. This is it.
Why has Jeevesy travelled like 600 miles for a prize fund that's less?
Not ask me.
I was looking at earlier thinking, oh, it must have been a bigger prize pot. No, winner takes a grand.
Doesn't play sport patterns, or does he really?
Is that sport pattern behave?
No, no, it's not, but... Did he know that when he made his plan
Yeah, of
for
course
the
he
year?
did. Lowell's organising it. It was never going to be a sport job, was it?
He can bowl, it just doesn't he? I said to me dad and Robbers this morning, they said he's just trying to avoid views too.
Okay, now for 10 minutes practice. If residents or space on the keypad, and you will practice will begin.
Bang on time.
Right then, we are back for this second session. Top 14 men that you saw before going through, with the 4 that had already qualified making it the top 18 here now. Joined then by the top 10 women. I'll tell you who we've got then on camera. We've got on lane 3, Paul Oberman and Frank Livesey. Lane 4, John Mullen and Mark Wills. Then, on lane 5, we have Vincent Winyowns and Ake Brookhuizen. On lane 6 then, you've got the women pairing of Sandra Boswell and Marsha Daly. On lane 7, we have Pete Sampson and Robert Bruce. On lane 8, you have Angie Brown and Veronica Pernag. I'm not even going to try and pronounce that surname. It's Veronica. On lane 9, we have Alan Keddy and Gordon Humphreys. Lane 10, Lillian Vittent and Gabe McCulley. Lane 11, Gary Baker and Colin Gross. Joined by, on lane 12, Frida Pascal and Barbara Hansen. On lane 13, you have Gary Barlow and Alan Jenkins. On lane 14, Lollis and Ralph Hughes. Lane 15, Kim Johnson and Mike Hallowell. And on lane 16, Kimberly Oakett and Sandra Simmons. So that completes the order of play. Obviously we'll be covering 3 through to 6, even though I've just realised with this camera, with the wide lens that we've got on it now, you're actually getting 3 through to 8, so you can see 7 and 8 as well. You see Paul Oberman wanting to bowl there, the lane's going off. He's being a bit wound up about that. It's big. Is he not getting to get that extra shot? Right then, we are underway then for the second session of Sunday is finals day here in the International Senior Bowling Tour, Stroud, UK. So Sandra Boswell then get a 9 with her first shot. You saw John Mullen getting a strike over on lane 4. Mark Wills looking to join him. These are 10 pin though. Sandra Boswell takes her 10 pin out. Right, let's see what Vincent Winyowns then can do with his first shot. On lane 5. Through the head pin for Vincent, leaves 4 there. All over and then lane 3. Heavy on that one, leaves the 9 pin. And in lane 6, Marsha there. She leaves the 4 pin for her efforts. Mark picks it the spare on lane 4. Reminder that through this session, the top 4 men and the top 4 women on their scores with their age bonuses will go through, which is a good spare there from Vincent. Big one on the cards there for him. Starts it off well, closing his frame up. Yeah, top 4 men, top 4 women will advance into a final system, and they will all play one game where the bottom player will drop out until we have 2 left, and there'll be 1 game shootout between them to lift the trophies. You see Frank Livesey making it 2 from 2 on lanes 3 and 4 there for him. John Mullen matching Frank then. Okay, Brookhuizen leaving a single 2-pin. Camp all over him then. Get a strike to bounce back from the single pin that he left. Looked heavy again there from this camera angle. He seemed to like it though at the foul line. Leaves that 4-pin. We'll switch over to the camera that is behind lanes 9 through to 12. We'll see Gay McCullough then looking to make it 3 from 3. Into the pocket nicely, but leaves that 10-pin. Alan Keddy then, can he make it 3 from 3? Yes, he can. He finished off well yesterday. Top qualifier was Alan by 1 pin. Scottish bowler, 14-16 with his bonuses. All the top 4 coming from the last session yesterday. Some good scores going in. A lot of people seem to get a handle of the lanes at that last moment, but it's a new day, it's a new dawn, and it's the same pattern, but it changes throughout the days. You never know. Heat plays a factor. And it's a bit colder today. I'm not sweating as much as what I was normally after the other 2 days after setup. So that definitely does play a factor. You see Gordon Humphries there wobbling the 2-pin. Doesn't fall though for him. It's the 4-pin, sorry. So just it. Lilian Vitens leaving the 4-pin as well. Alan Gross then on lane 12. He gets another strike as well. That's 2 from 2 from him. Oh, he's hand in early. Obviously an automatic qualifier. Finishing in 4th spot, did call as you see Gordon Humphries there. 2nd place qualifier, automatic qualifier. Getting a 9 spare after his first 2. We're moving 2 lanes again after every game. Is it 4 games? So it's the same as this morning then, 4 games. They will bowl, moving after every game. It will be 2 pair of lanes that they will be moving. I will give you updates on who will have on the lanes once it gets to that. But here, we are in the 2nd session, 1st game. You see Gay McCullough there, looking to bounce back from her 9 spare. Yes, she does it. She's back on that scoring streak. Striking streak of 1. Gary Baker doing his guitar pose at the foul line. As we watch Frida there getting a strike on lane 12.
Doing my best. Doing my best for you.
Bowling with another Dutch athlete is Barbara Hansen there on lane 12. Yeah. Can do. I just got this one, alright.
No, I'm not panicking. 5 minutes, okay, fine, okay. But I tell me, at least help Frank change his car. I come in at this, look up his bowling ball, rearrange his car, and put the bowling balls in and everything. And the lady say, yeah, you must lay down.
Can we go on drink duty for him? As we look then. Colin Gross bowling on lane 12. Oh, big split left by him. Gordon Humphries goes a little heavy, leaves the 6-pin. Colin had the first 3 as well before this split on lane 12. As you watch Lillian return to lane 10. Nice spare from her. Oh, she as Colin misses all pins there. Not happy with himself. He walks back into the bowler's area. Gordon Humphries then sparing up nicely on lane 9. Kelly, the man that qualified top in the men's rankings, coming off the back of a 9 spare. The first 4 before that. Goes to walk it out, gets the strike. Does Alan, good shot from him. Scottish bowler looks to be on a bit of form after last night as Gary Baker matches him for that, gets a strike. Struggled a little bit as Gary 3 9s, then 7 split. After that gets a strike. A reminder that the top 4 will advance from this session for both the men and the women. I will give you updates after the games once we get them in on the spreadsheet here behind me. As we see Frida there getting a strike on lane 12. Gordon Humphries bowling then on lane 10. Nice strike from Gordon, gets back on his striking spree after a 9 spare, 6 spare and a 9 spare on the last 3 frames. See Game McCulley there, perfect temping, but that's not what she wanted really. She wanted to try and spare that big split up. Colin Groston, can he bounce back after his split? Yes, he can. Nice strike from him. So we'll jump back over to the over camera then. Once we've watched Barbara Hansen's shot on 12, heavy there from Barbara. So we watch Ake then on lane 5. Nice strike from him. Bouncing back after his 7-2 open in the 4th frame is Ake. Watch Marsha on lane 6. Stuck a little bit at the foul line, meaning that she leaves the 4 pin as Paul Loveman kicks that one. Kicks the air in anger, kicks that one down the lane effectively. Mark Wills on lane 3. Gets a wobble, means that you get a 9. Alright then, can Paul spare this up? Keep it clean through 6 then. Well, Paul, if he spares this, it's looking nice. It is nice. Nice spare from Paul. Matt Wilson, can he join him with a spare? Yes, he can. As you see, Sandra Boswell getting a strike on lane 5, sorry. It's a Winyowns then with a strike there. Nice strike from him. John Mullen there matches him for strikes. Lives there. It's a strike, and I love it when when Frank gets a strike. He turns around and he's got a face of determination, the grit, the steel in his face. You can see it right coming through. It's one of them. It's like when the striker's gonna score the last minute winner in football. He's pretty much one of them every time Frank gets a strike. It's a big 7-10 split left from Mark Wills there. Unlucky for him. Ake gets a strike on lane 6. Going along nicely when the camera goes behind him is Ake. Maybe I just need to follow him and he might perform well. Well, the Netherlands bowler. Right, and Mark going for this 7-10. Shouts of goal from behind his lane. Sandra Boswell. And the 2 on the right hand side. Paul Loveman spares his 2 on the right hand side. There's 2-8 spares for him on the bounce. He's keeping it clean. Like we say, sparing is what will get you scores in this game. Obviously, strikes are nice, but you can't always get strikes. It's just not the way it's going. That's like asking for hole-in-ones all the time in golf. It is just not that easy. You see Frank Livesey then getting a strike on lane 4. Sandra Boswell picking up the one from her baby split that she left. And Mullen leaving the 10 pin on lane 3. As Vincent Winyowns then gets the 2 from his 7 split that he left. Paul Loveman then on lane 4. Looked like a nice shot, left the 10 pin, unlucky from the man from down south. Bowls at Dunstable, does Paul majority of the time. As John Mullen then gets a spare on lane 3. Okay then. Bowling. Oh, through the head pin, wash out for him. Meaning he will leave 4, 6, 7, 8. Hey up, 5 pin. Gary Baker, lane 11. Yes, the spare though. And we've seen him before on the channel miss a 5 pin, so there was potential there. That's why we had to switch over. But he spares it up. Bowling with Kim Johnson in that senior chip doubles, first live stream that we did on the channel, and that's when he missed that 5 pin, did Gary, and Kim, his bowling partner on that day, missed one as well, and I'm still yet to receive any of the pints from them two missing it. See then, Colin Gross bowling on lane 11. If anybody can explain how that 8-10 was left there, do write in, please let us know. Chat box is open. You do want to let us know who you're supporting. If you're watching from home, you're watching for the first time, let us know in the comments section. If you're watching and you're not a bowler, let us know in the comments section. This is what we do it for. We do it to try and promote the sport, get as many people as we possibly can. Bowling is what we need in this sport. To watch Colin Gross then bowling on lane 11, gets his 8 pin, picking up the 1. Making sure he's making his score tick along, even if it is an open there. 2 opens for him in this game. Go back across to lanes 3 and 4 then, as they're in the penultimate frame there, over there. John Mullen then on lane 4. Nice spare from him. See Hank missing a 7 pin. Wills then leaving at single. Oh no, it doesn't. He leaves the 2-8. So hard to see the sleepers on the camera angles that I've got on my screen. Probably be easier to see it from you, but from the software system that I've got up, it's a fairly smallish screen that I'm viewing off. And yeah, the sleepers behind, it's not the greatest of things to see. We watch Vincent Winyalton bowling on lane 5 through the 3 pin. Pushing out to take 5 and leave 5. Marsha Daly then on lane 6. Always leaves the 3 pin. Just that's how heavy she was on the head pin. Vincent Winyalton getting his spare, making a habit of making nice big spares. Is Vincent on this pair so far? Right then, 10th frame on lanes 3 and 4 then. Right lift set. The man pulling out of Shipley lanes. Go bowling Shipley. It's a nice spare. Does Frank there. John Mullen then, leaving the 3 there. Okay, going Heather. As does Frank. Oh, as the camera switches off again. I'll switch to the other one as I go and sort that one out. come back over to lanes 3 through to 6 then. See Ake picking up his spare. So does Frank. That means he will have another shot in this 10th frame. Finished on. Oh no, it's finished for Frank. He got a strike to start his 10th frame off. 175 for him. There's a 177 for John Mullen. Matt Wills starts his 10th frame off in the right way with a nice strike. Can't Paul Wobman match him the same after leaving an open in his last frame. Means that he's currently sat on 169. Yes, he gets the strike as well. Looking to try and finish strong is Paul. Sandra Boswell then leaving that single pin on the right hand side, the 6th pin. Mark struggled on the lane next to Paul there, only getting 5. Paul doesn't like that one through the 3 pin, meaning that he can only pick up 7 pins. Oh, 6 pins, sorry. Again, the sleep pot that you definitely can't see from this camera angle. And the head pins there as well. Finish on 9 and 10. Alan Keddick got a 229. Gordon Humphries a 185. Gary McCullum got a 178. And William Vincent's got a 173. We'll switch over to that camera in a second. It's finished on 3 and 4 then. Paul Oberman got a 189 and Mark Wills got a 158 then. So we'll jump over to that over camera then. Watch the final frame on lane 11 and 12. It finished for Minton Winyowns with a 181. 191 for Sandra Boswell. Good score in the women's section is that. Frida Pascal. What, 11. She gets a strike. Goes Frida. Starting off the 10th frame well. Gary Baker match will make it double on the card. Start his 10th frame off the way they want to start it. Let's see what Gary can do. Finishing 3rd in the rankings in the qualification, which meant that he got automatic qualification through to the 2nd round here on finals day. He can't match Frida was light, meaning that he will leave the 287. Pascal then leaving the 10 pin on the right hand side. Nice spare then from Gary Baker there. Frida Pascal then bowling on lane 11. This is her 10 pin, means that she will finish her first game with a 151 from where I'm looking. It may be more. Gary Baker goes very high, meaning that he will finish his session off with a 188. Message just come in from Sandra Williams here. Sandra, we love you. We remember you from past streams. Putting in the comments towards Steve. Steve was talking to you. Watching from home because Steve decided not to hit 10 pins. I'll leave that thought with you. You'll have to start counting. You know, I'm sure. I remember you was watching Shipper Senior doubles, and we was talking on there about how Colin Gross was saying that he loved to count his 10 pins. So you have to start counting how many 10 pins Steve can spare. Talking about Colin Gross, he gets his spare there. Means that he will have one more shot left of this first game in the second session. An automatic qualifier, don't forget what's called. For you to finish in, we've got a 151. There's a 134 for Barbara. 188 for Gary. It's gone really quiet all of a sudden in the bowling alley. It doesn't happen that often for somebody that's about to bowl. And only had a 178 on the cards, finishes with a 187, does call. So everybody will move 2 lanes to the right then. I'll let you know who we have on the live stream cameras as soon as they move. But we'll let them bowl 2 games and then the scores will be updated. We'll give you an up-to-date 1 through to 4. Yes, we'll go. Let you know, as we say, after this session it will be the top 4 men, the top 4 women that will advance. They will play against one another, where one will drop out after every game. So they'll bowl the first game, there'll be 4 of them, one will drop out, go down to 3 of them, then they'll bowl another game. Lowest man will drop out, which means that it will then become the final. And from that final, whoever gets the high score off one game, obviously including bonuses, will win the International Senior Bowlers Tour trophy for the UK. Well, for the UK stop, I suppose, because it could still be an athlete that's not from the UK. Very likely. There's enough bowlers in here. Got in the men's section, Ake and Vincent, Belgium and Netherlands respectively. In the women's section, you have the likes of Veronica, Barbara Hansen. Who else have we got? I swear there's another one. Frida. Definitely Frida. Oh, and Lillian. Lillian Vitens. See there, Kim Johnson started his second game well. Gary Barlow as well, bowling here on lane 4. He goes heavy on the head pin. So then, we will have on lanes 3 and 4. We will come in from what has bowled on lanes 13 and 14 then. So on lane 3 we should be seeing Gary Barlow and Alan Jenkins. On lane 4 we'll have Lol Ellis and Ralph Hughes. On lane 5 then we should be seeing Kim Johnson and Mike Hallowell, and on lane 6 is Kimberly Oakley and Sandra Simmons. And as we look, Sandra Simmons about to go up for her single pin spare. She gets it. So then, Alan Jenkins in his ISBT bright yellow top, picking up the 2 pin but couldn't get the sleeper behind it. Can Kim Johnson make it 2 from 2? Yeah, he bowls well there, does Kim. See there, a strike on lane 6 from the other Kim. Kim Oakley and not Kim Johnson, both of them going 2 from 2. Frosty then in his checkered pants, getting a strike and going near enough head on with that head pin. Somehow they all fell over. Alright, alright.
Everybody will be a bit nervous in this.
Sandra Boswell, Sandra Simmons, sorry, bowling, leaving a single pin on the right hand side. This does Gary Barlow bowling on lane 4. Leaves the 10 pin just like Sandra Simmons there then. Sandra spares hers. We'll watch Lawless and on lane 3. Nice strike from him. Yesterday he was using his Hammer Vibe and Scorpion, 2 fairly newish balls on the circuit. A Vibe, arguably one of the nicest colours of bowling balls that there is out there. Definitely jealous of the fact that Lola has one of them and I don't. Kim Johnson then bowling lane 6. Gets the strike off Hughes as well on lane 3. Matches Kim for that. And so does Kim Oakley. Can Mike join him then? 3 from 3. Nope. He leaves that 4-pin. Harry Barlow on lane 3. Leaving the 8-pin. Sandra Simmons leaves that 10-pin again. Not her friend today is that 10-pin. And Simmons then bowling for her 10-pin. Yes, gets that nicely. Solis then bowling at each 3 that he's left. Yep, gets them. Right then, we'll stick with his camera to see if the 2 Kims can carry on their run of form. First 3 for both of them. It's nearly a 7-10 for Kim. It's also nearly a strike in the fact that the pin that took the messenger out for the 10-pin nearly took out the 7-pin as well. So nearly did that, but then it was also nearly a 7-10 as well on its own. Kim walks away with just having to spare the 7-pin that's left on the rack. Right then, can Kim get his spare after messing up his perfect game? Kim Oakley only gets a 6 on hers. Frosty then, with his raw white pants, no energy on the ball when it hit the pocket, means that it will leave the 2, 4, 5, 8. Gary Barlow bowls, leaves the 7-pin, it wobbles, tries to say I'm gonna fall, but then tricks him and only gets 2. As Wallace misses that 8-pin sleeper. Right then, we're watching Ake go for his spare, gets another spare on the cards, does Ake. This is the second game of the second session here at Stroud GK in the International Senior Bowling Tour. See Angie Brown on lane 12 leaving the 2-8. Vincent Williams started well in this game, did Vincent. As well, leaving a 4, 6, 7, 8. See Angie Brown then getting her spare on lane 12. Vincent Williams gets his Gets his spare on lane 9. Not happy with himself in the bowler's area. But he's bowling alright so far in this second game. Is Vincent and Sandra Boswell. So, oh my god, as the battery's going in this camera again as well. Watch Robert Bruce get his strike. Go back over to the other camera then. Watch Gary Barlow go on lane 4. Doesn't really connect to that one well. Leaves the 245. We'll go back over to the camera behind lanes 9 through to 12. We'll watch Angie Brown then as she's about to bowl on lane 11. Still clean in her game is Angie. Asking for that 9 pin to fall over at the foul line. Wouldn't fall for it though. His strike to set it up well for his 10th frame. And she only picks up the one. To reset it, she's having a clean game. It's typical that she would leave a split. Okay then, leaving that 3 pin on lane 10. Sandra Boswell coming off the back of a 190 game in her first. Nice spare for Sandra. So setting up well nicely for her 10th frame. Who could set it up nicely here is Marsha, who's about to bowl on lane 9. 2 strikes, 7th and 8th frame. She gets another one here. It is a turkey. So we nearly see 4, 7, 10 paired there on lane 11. Marsha only getting 9 on that attempt. Okay, misses his single pin spare. Means it'll be on 137 going into the 10th. Finished for Gary Barlow on lane 3. Got a 178, did Gary. And we're into our 10th frame here on 9 through to 12. Angie Brown started it off with a 9. Vincent Munoz looking to start his 10th frame off nicely. Leaves the 10 pin, so unlucky as Angie Brown misses her 10 pin. Finishes with a 179, does Angie. Samson. Goes right through the free pin. Vincent Munyans goes and gets his spare, as does Sandra Boswell. Face there, look as if to say she didn't expect to be sparing that one. Big Samson gets his spare nicely there. Means he will finish with a 193. And Veronica finishes her game with a 166. Vincent Munoz then getting a strike there. He'll finish with 207. Lawless just said to us here in front of us, now this is the time to ride the ditch. That is things you love to hear. Watch then, Ake. Gonna strike, starts his 10th frame off, nice. Does Robert Bruce with that spare. Asha asking for that wobble to fall over, doesn't know for her. So he finishes with a 157 on lane 10. Right then. They've finished game 2, so as the scores come in, as soon as we have an update on them, I will run you through the top 4, the people that will qualify going into the next round of in this final day here at Stroud UK.
For a drink, Kim? Yeah. Do you want your passion fruit in it? Yeah?
Right then, Alan Kenny to get game 3 on the way then on lane 3. Oh, leaves the 10 pin. So we'll have on lanes 3 and 4 Alan Kenny, Gordon Humphreys, Gay McCullough and Lillian Vitens. Then on 5 and 6 then we will have Gary Baker, Colin Gross, Frida Pascal and Barbara Hansen. So, I had a message coming about Mike Callowell's pants. The talk of the session, pretty much. You must be a good bowler, or you must be a good chef to wear pants like that. To be fair, it has got the chef design, I suppose, the chef hat or the tea towel. Right then, we watch Colin Gross on lane 6 and Alan Kedder on lane 3. Colin gets a strike, coming off the back of his 8 spare on the first frame. Wonder if the scores have gone in. The score's gone in. And then I'm back. We had some problems with the spreadsheet. It was calculating the scores. still not really got any sort of scores, but I'm just going to leave the ladies to sort the spreadsheet out. So let's have a look at what we're doing in terms of scores in this game so far then. So while we're watching, Alan Keddy. Sorry? Ah, it's alright, I'll wait until the end. You watch Gary Baker picking up that spare there, keeping it clean for his game. Colin Gross then. Bowling on lane 5 at the 8-1 in his third frame. Away from that, he's been cleared. Only the 8 spare on his first, and that, away from that, it's been strikes. You see a nice little messenger take out the 10 pin for Gordon there on lane 4, meaning that he will leave just that one single pin. Colin now getting in the groove, he's psyching himself up, running the shots out backwards. This is what I mean when I say I need to get a compilation up of people's reactions at the foul line, because we'd have a right field day, a good laugh at them. Maybe it's something I do tomorrow when I'm on my day off, who knows, I'll have to keep an eye out for that one. Now that I've said it, I'm going to have to do it harder. Alan Keddy then, bowling on lane 3. Nice strike for him.
Tell me what it looks like this next shot.
I'm not covering your lane.
Eh?
I'm not covering your lane. 7 and 8 isn't covered.
No one in 10.
3 to 6 and 9 to 12.
It's still working out here.
Gary Barlow then on lane 7 there, getting a strike. Nice strike from Garrett. Oh, comments coming in thick and fast, you know. Bet he can't come back on his knees like he used to do in the Axe. Maybe if he makes the finals, who knows? Who knows? Would he come back on? Would he come back on his knees if he needed a strike in his final shot to win it? We might have to try and put that point across to him, see if he'll do it. It would be hilarious just to see him try and get up afterwards. Barbara then bowling on lane 5. Leaves the 7-10. Oh. Not a nice leave that for Barbara, the Dutch athlete.
Sorry, what name's that?
A big slap off the device in the middle from Gary Baker there as he leaves a single pin. That's what bowling can do to you. Alright then, we'll watch Colin Gross bowl this shot and then we'll jump over to the other camera. And it's gone well over there for the likes of Paul Loveman. Frank Lidson bowling pretty well as well. We'll watch this shot and then we'll jump over to that camera. Is he going to run this one out? Oh, he does it again. It's the little jig, it's the little jump. As you watch Kim Johnson point to the sky, point to them bowling gods as he gets a strike. Only his third of this game, but he's still clean through it. As the other Kim on that pair of lane gets a 9. maybe we still frame that point to the sky from Kim Johnson with night fever behind it as Paul Lubman gets another strike going very well. Is Paul 199 through 8 and then a strike in the ninth to set up his 10th frame well. Looking for a big push, a big finish is Paul, potentially to get into them top 4. He's very capable of it. We saw it in the Shipley Senior Doubles in the final over there. He bowled well. He helped his teammate in Colin Groves get over that doubles line. It going all the way to the wire. I think it was